Do test. Okay, go. I'm here finally after 1 hour, and we're going to be doing NieR Route B. I didn't know if I actually wanted to do this one, because as I was looking up stuff about Route B, and like all the other routes, like what you have to do to get them, I was a little hesitant. But then I remembered, like I was looking through, because you need like a certain amount of weapons to get to like pass. Route B is just another playthrough, but route like C and D and whatever, you need a certain amount of weapons. So I was a little hesitant. I didn't know if I wanted to actually go through with whatever grind that would take, but the grind that I did in the main game I think paid off, because I think I have like the majority of the weapons already. So I think, yeah, I think I'll go through with it. I'll give it a try. If it's too slow or dragging, we can always just end up switching topics. Oh, Riker, Riker, thank you for the follow, Riker, my man. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, I think I'll go through with it. Hopefully it's not too bad, but if it is, we can always just switch the game to like Dead by Daylight or something, I don't know. Or Genshin. I haven't played Genshin in a while. On stream, that is. Actually, I haven't played Genshin in general. I used to play like every day, but it's been a bit. I haven't even bought the Welcome Pass. But anyway, okay. That's besides the fact. Let me switch it over. Okay, Kaine Salvation can stop playing. Operation complete. I think the other ending takes about, the other few endings are, I know they're a lot shorter, but they aren't like short, so I don't think I'll be able to knock them all out in one stream. Maybe. I don't know if they took into effect like grinding for weapons.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
I remember this part. Kaine's dreams, discrimination. Oh, this is like a book quest, isn't it? Yeah. I guess I'll just read it. The sound of rain filled the village. Steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from huts as villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly toward the wooden hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with a pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. So this is about Kaine then. The beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I... The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on. Come on. The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the veins slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly toward the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of what? Why is it raining rocks? The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me. Heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, the worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eyes and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. "What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Did you finally decide to run away from home?" Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated and, if possible, destroyed. "I didn't say you could leave, freak." Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. "He can't hurt me," she lied to herself. "Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt." "Oh look, the little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead?" Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her, as Demo crept ever... Is it Demo? Demo? I'm just gonna keep saying Demo. Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. "Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off." Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upward. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. "Show me." "No." "Did you just say no?" Demo grinned evilly. "You don't say no to me. No one says no to me." Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. "Come on, guys, let's give the freak what she deserves." As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. "I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are." Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. "Go home?" Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. "Freak," chanted the children. "Freak, freak, freak." Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, let it become her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawl to the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. "Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it." The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. "Ow!" he screamed, leaping to his feet. "Stop it! What are you doing? Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch." "You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me." The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. "Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here. Either of you." Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. "Ha! Look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight." The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting out at the blood on her forehead. "Oh, Kaine," she said, Why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. Words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength. She was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempted the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Of course not. Don't be an ass. Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't... Hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter and I love you. If folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me? Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without ever seeing one, and yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? Just stumbled on them while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandma smiled. Grandmother. You're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. Long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. Kaine's dreams, daily life. That kind of sucks, because, we beat the shit out of her. Well, I guess it wasn't her grandma anymore. It was a giant lizard monster, but still. It used to be, I guess. There's a chat box. Let me make sure it's not gonna... There we go. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was as far from a work of art as it could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kaine's grandmother, filled away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kaine. That you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close, or I might get your goddamn foot off by a mistake. She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine, close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. Once she'd scuttled it to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Grandma! Do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something. The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? Shaves have been restless lately. I don't want you running into one of them bastards. Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the most difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine was the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the Eyrie. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching the grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood. When she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it! Damn it! Crap. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with the blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you... Her grandmother suddenly collapsed her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma! The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. Grandma? Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that. Just stop, she cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, goddammit, but I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother had given her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Demo and his gang. but she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air, telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey lady, said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me, they seemed to say. But Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion, fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a sound to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride that she made her way to the apothecary. But the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand, because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. Oh my god, he sputtered. I mean, what are you doing here, freak? The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. Ha! Barked Demo. That old bitch finally keel over? Go to hell, Demo. The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head, but before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared the medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place that she could call home. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medication in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead for a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an Wait, did he draw the portrait with crayons? Whatever. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Kali, and I think the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable. Grandma's name is Kali? Thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. Your grandmother is an old friend of mine, he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, and I owe her much. I wager she would like it if I drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was almost a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless. With enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she'd been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked her grandmother with a yawn. Come here, let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Kaine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her a portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at an old wrinkled crone. But Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help me with dinner. But Kaine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house as she was posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyeing her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as the grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, you know, make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her grandmother's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kaine, she said between laughter. You truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me and I love it. But, hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen's table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face. In action, she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. Posh, said the old woman. I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud. She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before, and it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness. It was a moment that burned itself into Kaine's memory, a perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Kaine's dreams separation. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She had been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned the courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old man threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine. And I think it's burnt or something, because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, crunching as little as possible. Or chewing, not crunching. Oh yeah, that's terrible, alright. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at that sass, look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs with her were filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots and with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. Where are you going today? Asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was gonna check out the kelma trees and see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, I'm gonna pick some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. Goddamn, girl. If a bunch of thieves want to ransack this place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot. Don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about some other... Grandma, no. If I don't go to the kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately, it seems my mind is... She didn't finish the last thought, instead of walking over to her nightstand, gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. You're gonna be a true woman soon, Kaine said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. So that means less chat about shades and building defensive walls, and more talk about how beautiful you become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma, yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it. What the hell? The old woman stared at her and blinked, then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should just stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You'll go get your fruit and your wall and whatnot. I'll be fine. When you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes, then kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself, but in the end the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. God, she looked so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow. She only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing up its path with a finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. No. Oh gods, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma? Grandma! Kaine ran, then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. When she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt back to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark. It's too dark. Not just fire. Can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick inking blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet, and achieved balance through means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotted meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. Alright, you bastard, she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. It's you or me, let's go. The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest, and it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced toward the house. Through the smoke and flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. Grandma! At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. She's alive, thought Kaine. Alive! Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard toward the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opens its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs were. Get up. Get up. Get up, get up, get up, get up now. As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stomped toward the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might well have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to the earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them was surely broken. Knowing the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. Grandma, hold on. Just a little longer. Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. Bastard, laughing at us. She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the shade was taking joy in their suffering. Yeah, I see your plan. The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. I'm gonna kill this bastard. Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backward, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble towards the monster. Pulling a small knife from her pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. Give her back, she screamed. Give her back to me. It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade panted laughter again, and raised its tail instead of rushing towards the air. The young girl that was toward the young girl that was latched to its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. Kaine? Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her through the smoke. Grandma? Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one. Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped to the ground below. Grandma, no. No! I said run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from the gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after the other, faster and faster, till they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed, and a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, a black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving to smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backwards, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. Voice sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? Think it is. Think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke and the flames, all of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer. And she's alive again.
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
There it is, the huge pickle monster. I guess this is where ending B begins, just like right at the second half. Oh, I was playing a video game. Do I have? Is my weapon upgraded? I think it is. The fact that I'm already using it. Yeah, it's upgraded to where it was
This
before.
creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
Turn the 50.
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today. My sword feels lighter.
It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike
Okay, this was right
down.
after the time skip. Did I do it? Oh, I hit this one. You good? Oh, there we go. I guess I didn't scale him. Rip. Just grab him. He's alive. Wow. Gently, weakly, softly. The shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off towards the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of an arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? But you had it coming. Go to hell, Dima, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed them to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated in smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. No, stop. Don't want to live forever. I want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, and then produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the page, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. No, stop. Don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture into the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled and broke into a jolly dance. "See that?" he cried as he danced his jig. "It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha-cha." I look like that? Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. "Ain't you got a wish, sunshine?" The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take her form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled in her skin, but her lungs refused to work. "You know, a wish, like a prayer or something? Why don't you get back on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me, save me." Ha 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 ha. Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. "I don't make wishes. They don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die." The other voice boomed in her ears. "Ha ha ha ha. Oh god, you are the best." Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet and began moving up toward the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward, feel the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. "Come on," said the voice. "Let it go." Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. "Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it?" "Have what?" "Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind." The voice paused, as if licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. "And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before." In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. "Are you a shade?" "Ha ha ha. Yeah, maybe. What of it?" The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. "Feels good, don't it?" asked the voice with a chuckle. "Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade." A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. "I can see better," she thought. "My eye must be growing back too." The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. "Stop," she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her voice. "Stop." The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. "Ah, what the hell, sunshine?" screamed the voice. "We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die." "Grandma said, can't die yet." A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her, and heard his mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. When she opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. "That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die." Kaine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern. The pattern of the shades burned itself onto her left arm. "Well, I'll be damned," said the voice cheerfully. "Look at that, sunshine. I think you and me are going to be good friends now." Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta stop." Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. "Come on, don't fight it," pleaded the voice. "It's my favorite dish and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger, burn with the fire of revenge, thirst for blood, then go out there and... Shut up. Shut up and get the hell out of my body." "Your body? Oh, that's rich, sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead." Kaine grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, the darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Ha ha ha. Stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine. There ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed? Whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me? We got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait till they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There is plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine. Now that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you want to kill? I can make it happen. The little fat kid who kept picking on you? That big old shade that squashed your granny? We'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of a shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me? We could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of that bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Ha ha ha, screamed the voice. Look at you go. Oh, Sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyran. If you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour. And I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade. I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. When I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyran. Count on it. Ha! Laughed Tyran. I'm shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body. But if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. Feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean that the creature inside her hand had already won. I am not a shade. I am Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the area arose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive! Grandma.
No,
Kaine,
I'm you.
You gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
Email.
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Wow. Now that means a lot more.
Kaine waking from her long, petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
And then they kick them out of the village. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You can't be serious!
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it!
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
Damn.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
Kaine always sleeps
I
outside.
didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola.
Bella.
But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself.
Yeah, I guess, but no, he doesn't know yet about the depths of Devila and Popola's struggle. Is this new? Don't think I remember this one.
I should apologize to Kaine and Emil, but what good would that even do?
I got a fire going.
Wait, is that...
Campfire? I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid. Before the whole shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was, no matter how bad things got. She gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
Bonding. Bond with me, Jimmy. I asked Neville if hooch tastes good, and she said it's the best thing in the world. She said we can have some together when I'm all grown up. No, don't give Yona hooch.
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
Old moonflower seed.
What might that be?
It's Mom's diary.
I've not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the black scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Text quest part 2. System data saved. I know I had to pick this up to like, get some items, so.
Say there. Can you not hear me?
Oh, what is what? Oh, he's in the
Why are you
game.
standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Look, Winston.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now. There's the door.
Oh, that's so
Right.
cool.
Let's go.
So, if you don't understand what's going on, this is the dad NieR version of when they released it in the West, they redid this. They changed a little bit of the thing so that it wasn't NieR and his sister Yona, it was NieR and his daughter Yona, and it looked kind of like this. I was wondering if they'd put it in the game, but I guess they did, so that's cool. Proceed this beyond this point, you'll be unable to save until battle is over. Do you want to go through your door? Sure. I want to play as dad NieR. It's hype. This is the world of a recycled vessel, created to avoid the destruction of all. Oh, this is where the, this is like the house. Do I have other weapons? Oh yeah, I have all my weapons. Why are the colors so exposed? Dad NieR is here. Ow. The Beast Master opens definitely suit him. The Beast Lord. off NieR. Yeah, honestly, if people didn't know about the original Dad NieR stuff, they probably think this is like a third time skip. Or this is the same NieR but just like older. I mean, you could probably pass it off as that. If you can accept anime protagonist NieR going to buff Dad NieR. What does he look like with the sword? He's really nimble. It's weird. I'm used to it. It makes sense watching him use like the time skip weapons because like he's huge. But watching him with the sword, watch him use the sword is just funny because it's a shade. Whoa! I didn't. Oh, that was quick. 3 medicinal herb. Was it like step 1 of the trial? The Black Scroll, a lost destiny, a white book, a false truth. These are... the colors are gradually getting more saturated. He looks pretty cool. Magic, guys. Or I could probably use a gluttony. Ooh. Oh, I can't absorb these. Oops. That was a mistake. Do we have to start all over? It's hard. I thought that I couldn't even tell that those were the different shade orb things because everything like the shading is so like blown out. I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore.
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it.
I don't know, I'm finishing that.
Yeah.
The world of the recycled vessel.
So it's like a gauntlet then. And then, oh, that must be what the medicinal herbs were. They're like a little bit of healing as you go through the gauntlet. I wonder how long it is. Just the cutest thing ever. The world of a recycled vessel, created to avoid the destruction of all. I should probably see if I don't know, maybe the lifesteal word edit might be good. I'm just gonna trust in the strength of the Beast Lord to get me through this. like Emil's Techno remix or something? Emil Core? The first part isn't too bad. Just this one dude who dies like almost instantly. I'm not sure about the other parts though. This part only caught me off guard because I didn't know I was supposed to dodge those last few projectiles. I think they get insta-killed by this weapon. Oh, here it comes. I'm gonna preemptively, let me get out of here. Whew. I'm gonna preemptively equip, Dark Wall. So I'll just start using Dark Wall here. So I can block the projectiles. These are the guys. Okay. They just caught me off guard last time. That was it. You said her name was Accord. Soldiers of Salt calling forth white death. They are legion. Those who cleanse the world of darkness. Dead by daylight. Whoa. I'm just kidding. Not everything is Dead by Daylight, obviously. I wonder if the color thing is intentional or just for like artistic effect. Uh-oh. These dudes resist magic. Or maybe? Sometimes? Occasionally? Yeah, okay. They're sometimes invisible also? This dash attack is too powerful. It's almost as bad as the stupid, hit circle when on ground tech. Yeah, these guys just run away. I think I have to. Oh, okay, I think I see what I have to do. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. I was gonna say I have to use Gluttony to get them from far away, but they resist magic. But they have magic barriers. Is there someone I should be killing? Can't let them come to me. They seem to do that pretty easily. There we go. Fool's Embrace. Yeah, that's one of them. Is it a good sword though? Dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering unto it the power of magic. This is about Drakengard. Dragoon. It is not amazing. I mean, actually it's pretty good, but It's a funky looking sword. Let's go back to Whirlwind. I can't even appreciate Dad NieR in all of his glory. Cause everything is so dark. Ow, ow. There we go. This sword's just too powerful. This is 700 damage on hit. It's unbeatable. The black sickness stains the future. They journey to return to soulless vessels. Whoa. What is this? They're very generous with the medicinal herbs, though. Makes me kind of embarrassed that I died at like the second trial. Because everything dies so easily, too. I'm gonna be careful. Ooh. I want to fall in the sand. Whoops! Did that kill me? Please don't. Okay, cool. As soon as I hit triangle above the pit, I was like, this is not gonna end well. At least he's dead. Whip! Ow! These guys do no damage at all. Kabuki outfit? I wanna wear the Kabuki outfit. How do I equip it? And 1,000 experience points? What is going on? What kind of diary is this? 2 doors. I'm guessing I have to go through this one. Oh, okay, so there's 1 trial per weapon. Except I got the weapon halfway through the first trial? Oh, hold on. Let me make sure, something. Okay. Yeah. Something made sure of. Status made sure of. Falling actions prohibited in this room, leaping rabbit. Okay, I didn't plan on jumping. Doesn't count. Oh, he... Medicinal herb. Black and white 13 packs. The vessel's forms waver as they cross time and space. Very purple. Oh, the gluttony is good here. They're very oh, use it. Wait, did I not equip it? I guess I didn't equip it. Okay, now it's equipped. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh. No. I want him to shoot downward.
It seems we have been shut in.
Oh, good. Ooh, I pierced it. I instinctively like, jump over these guys, but then the beam goes nowhere, so maybe not the best course of action.
It seems we have been shut in.
Good observation. Ooh. I got both of them too. That was good. Heck no, NieR. Heck NieR. The song of a man has been drowned out, in its place the scream of something inhuman. Ooh, they back up. I love the laser beam. It's so satisfying to pick up all the orbs and just like barrel them all out. Oh, that's perfect. I cannot pick those up. You guys are easy. Just one spear. I think my sword absorbs mana when I hit things, but I'll probably try hitting more things. Fool's Lament. The sky falls with the dragon. The world ends this day. Where's this? Who are you? These guys are the easiest. You literally just hit them with one spear. They fall over, circle, insta die. You can do this with like any guy, I guess, but most people die from one hit from the spear. I'll just kill this guy normally. He dead? Oh yeah, he got up and died. Oh, did he not die? Or maybe one spawned right where he was standing. Oh yeah, it takes... Oh, that's interesting. I've never had that happen before. Actually, I've never seen this guy before. Is this just a basketball court? We're just fighting on the court? What's the new sword? Looks cool, but it's a lot slower and a lot weaker. You really only need one like upgraded weapon. You don't even need to spend time like upgrading other weapons unless you want like a story thing. Medicinal herb. Becky and Vice are always together. He says even though they argue a lot, they're actually good friends. The puppet priest collects the accursed prayers and polishes the vessel. Oh, we're in the in Facade. What's going on? Is it just gonna be like a slow tour? Oh. Oh, it's like a rail shooter. I see. Guess I'll put Dark Blast. Everything's so green. Sometimes I get worried that my capture card, the image it picks up is more green. So, but that's just on like on normal gameplay. Right now you must be seeing like, ow. No. Do I have to get all of them? Something bad happen if I don't get all of them? I'm just relying on the auto tracking to get it done. Oh, hello. I thought it was gonna stop off right here, but I guess it's taking us to the whole village. What's a boar? What is he doing there? Do I have to kill him? Doesn't seem like I'm doing anything. Oh, okay, I got him. That's okay. This is trippy. Oh, there's a guy down there. That's, I think that's it, right? You seem to be slowing down. Samurai outfit. And more experience points. And gold. Now there should be one last door. Wait, what? You sense something terribly sinister beyond this door. It may be difficult to endure what awaits on the other side unless your soul is at least level 33. Do you want to open the door? I think we are, right? Level 31. You know what? I can probably do it. The first two doors were not even difficult. So long as this memory exists, so long as mankind has hope. Hope! A late battle will be waged over something. They don't take a lot of damage. But I do think I get XP from killing these things, so. You just knock him over. You do Dark Bullet me for the non-purple shots. Did I miss a guy? Oop, I hear action. Oh, okay. Ow. That hurts. This guy might be a little annoying to fight. Oh, yep, I'm correct. Alright, just use strength drop. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah. That was actually closer to what the main game was like. The main game enemies. Foolish human, foolish human, foolish human, foolish vessel. The 3 pigs! Are these the foolish humans? Uh-oh. Not good. Oh, these guys have a lot of health. There we go. He's got a little axe. I wonder if I get like invincibility when I'm doing some of those. Pretty sure they hit me, but it didn't count. There's so many medicinal herb things here, it's not even... It's so generous. And keep giving me health solves. If only I could carry more. I'm pretty sure I've capped at 10. All is paid, all is sacrifice. That's a lot, guys. Could probably use whirlwind here.
It seems we have been shut in.
I should always say that. It seems we have been shut in. Shred. Like a blender. I'm not locked in here with you. It seems we've been locked in. Is that it? This is new. I guess I gotta kill all these guys before I can go forward.
seems we have been shut in.
It seems we have been shut in. Ow. It's hard to tell what they're even, what direction they're even looking at. Everything's so dark. Fear's a chord, fool's a chord, and a million health solves. Thank you, game. I won't even be able to use them all by the next time you give me more. Do not bring back the light, the vessel of the future. Don't bring it back. This is a block. Oh, they're spawning. I was like, well, there's nothing here. Oh, he dodged. I love the swivel dash. It makes no sense, but it's so cool. I just tries to run away. I want to parry something. I just kind of keep brute forcing it, but it's fun to actually fight once in a while. There you go. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Ooh. There goes all of my health. Okay, defense drop perhaps? Doesn't insta-kill me? Ooh. I'm using all of my health souls. He's dancing, he's dancing. He's doing a little jig. Recovery potion. I think that's even stronger than health solve. Every beam of light is an invitation to death. Sure. That's all of it. I have 10 now. Never mind. This is still generous. Light extinguished. Discord Pingus. Mute. Wait, what now? Oh, there's a lot of people here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Actually, Phantasm, maybe. Come on. Hit me. He's dead. Ooh. I'm not gonna go over there, I'm just gonna keep shooting at you until you die. Finally. Or no. I can't make that jump over there, can I? There must be another one closer. Here we go. Oh, I hate these guys. Okay, I think he's dead. He fell in the pit. Whoa! I didn't think he would do that. A little drastic, NieR. Yeah, I'm gonna put on a strength capsule. Or do I not have a, I guess I don't have the defense one. Use up all of them. Oh! Okay. A little thin. Just brute force it. Ow. I can't really dodge anywhere. There we go. Another one. Except this one has the hammers, and he's a lot weaker. Ooh. At least at first glance. He's like a glass cannon. I hate this stupid platform. I'm just gonna keep with this. Oh, they're all coming at me now. He's the toughest of the bunch. Oh. Oh, he had a second swing. Okay, I should probably stop trying to land that second hit. Let's use the spear. I haven't used that in forever. Ow. And that guy that I've never seen before. Oh, he has a cannon. Oh, this sucks. This actually might be a little hard. I am, was burning through my recovery things. Who's shooting at me? Let's switch to Phoenix Dagger. It's its fastest. How? Yeah, this dude sucks. As in he's good, so that sucks. Might have to do this the long and slow way. Oh, that thing did do a lot of damage. What happened? Oh, did I break his armor? Okay. I'm just gonna start shooting his armor in bits then. Slow and steady wins the race. It's actually probably best for my magic is using this weapon, right? 50, 70. Oh yeah, no, never mind. He's Phoenix Dagger. Let's recover. He does not take that much, Oh my god. Yeah, I got greedy there. Hopefully there's not one after this. Hopefully this is the strongest tier of beast. Get up. Oh, he's dead. Nice. I think that's the last one. The music is stopping. Whew. Got a lot of gold. And a dreaming vessel in a recycled world. Till the time of its awakening comes. Saving. Yeah, the last one was hard. The other ones were deceiving at best.
Is that all?
Huh?
Is that the final entry of the diary?
It seems that way.
Interesting.
You figure anything out?
I fear not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, okay. Fool's Accord. Look at this thing. What the hell? It's huge. Doesn't even look like a spear anymore. One of these flesh weapons do. How do I whip the outfits? Very heavy. I'm assuming it'd be from inside my house.
The di-
Yeah.
the
Wait, no. That's not. I was wondering if maybe I could equip it from here. Relive Dad near psychosis? I don't think so. Maybe it's upstairs.
Something.
I don't know. Hold on. How to NieR Replicant. Oh, it's the title screen. From boy, adult, Kaine, and Emil. Okay, let me try the title screen thing. I should probably save though. I wish they'd let me do it like here, but it's alright. Turn to title screen. Here we go. Boy, adult. Oh, they all have Kabuki. Magic orbs, Emil. Well, let me see what Kabuki looks like first. The loading screen looks different. I don't know if that's actually might could be the ending, different playthroughs. I had no idea. Or this is KaineQuest. I was very confused. This is I, not a Y. Oh wow. Looks funny. Hold on, let me go check on the others. Let me see what they look like. Kaipe and Vicey. KaineQuest. Kaine East. They definitely look different. I like his outfit. Okay, now I gotta see the samurai one. Whoops. Wardrobe. Let me see what Emil Magic Orbs looks like. I think it is changing the thing. I've seen Yona loading screen for the past however long I've been playing. Walking through the forest with an old woman and an underdressed woman. They're my companions. They help me fight. They're very strong. And now he's just, yeah, okay. This one's cool, but I like the fact the other one changes his hair color. I'm gonna see what the others look like. Nameless blade. A chick home with him. His little helmet. Kaine looks cool too. She's got like armor now. And her hair's shorter. These are both good. I like them. Wait. This weapon probably suits the most, even though it's not that strong right now. Gotta give props to Protects to be able to run in armor like that. Yeah, it looks pretty bulky. And magic orbs, apparently they're Emil now. I don't really see the difference, but wait, what's he holding? Fly down to earth, Emil. Oh, he's got like a little naginata. It's kind of dopey though with his little helmet. That's funny. I'm gonna use the Kabuki one. I enjoyed that one. This one kind of makes his head look small, just because how bulky the armor is. How do I? Alright. Options, no. Blood EP with eldritch symbols following it. The book has it all. I don't know, I can't tell any difference from regular to Emil thing. Maybe that's not what I was talking about. Maybe I misunderstood. I wonder if this affects cutscenes also. Maybe it does a thing on successful hit? Maybe. I was expecting, cause like, Emil's bullets normally are like purple. So I thought they would be purple, but maybe. Did I switch it back? If I did, then whatever, it doesn't really matter. I like the outfits more. Now he's got a big old cloak. And red hair. I have to go to Facade. Let's see. I don't have an items checklist, like a weapons checklist, but I'm pretty sure I have the majority. 33 a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So I'm missing 3? Hope you really hope you can make the bullets yellow and have normal feet. If only. I think I can only do the minor adjustments. Wait, let me see. I have the I have Emil's. Yeah, it looks no different. Whatever it was, I probably missed it. This will add some more variety to ending B. I probably could have just taken the I'm stupid. I could have just taken the ferry. Yeah, okay, I'm 99% sure that changing someone's outfit changes the loading screen thing. You carry all those weapons at one scabbard? Magic. The power of magic. It looks like the first shot is more powerful. Ow! Poison. Yeah, I know poison. I understand. I choose to ignore it, however. Why do you need a scabbard? Does he have one? I think he just puts it on his back. The weapon does appear on its own sometimes. One of the swords had one. And it might have just been the outfit. Some of these swords are goofy as hell. Yeah, I think it was just the samurai outfit. This is a hook. I have 2 hook swords. This isn't even a sword. This is... I don't even know what this is. He has like a little Ferris wheel staff now. This I don't even know. Half of these weapons don't even look like amazing. They just... What is this? Like a robot sword. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, the guy here should have a lot of weapons that I haven't bought yet. Here we go. Okay, so that's 32. What am I missing? Holy Captain Spear. What is this thing? I got a fork. Well, that does a lot of damage though. This one does a ton as well. Hold on. Replicant. Weapons. Part 1 weapons. Beastbane, Blade of Treachery, Earthworm's Call of Faith, Lily leaf. Do I have the lily leaf? Yeah, right there. Moonrise. Nameless blade. Nirvana dagger. Rebirth. Oh wait, do I have pipe? I don't have pipe. I'm missing pipe. How do I get pipe? I like that one of the weapons is like if a smith heard of a double-bladed axe and rather than using both sides of the head, they used 2 heads. Are you talking about the twins thing? Look at it, it looks like they copy and pasted it lower. This is a weird axe. It's crooked. And this is just really slow. So I'm missing iron pipe. I have to go to the Forest of Myth for that. And then I get to speedrun the story. Which is nice because I don't have to worry about quests, but you need to get to the Forest of Myths to get pipe. It's not what it sounds like. I don't even use the fast travel. Just rip it out of the irrigated system. This is a special iron pipe. Accessing it will grant me the true ending. Oh, the fairy guy's in here. Oh, right. We start at a point in the story that the fairy guy doesn't exist yet. Okay, soon. Got a letter from Emil. He said Kaipe is super strong and really, really cool. I hope I can see him kick butt someday. This outfit makes him look like Popola and Devila. KaineQuest. KaineQuest. Why does the book learn pressure point combat? Or is that like shooting bullets at pressure points? Want Grimoire Vice to learn acupuncture? Made a new friend, and guess what? He's a king. I wish I had some friends. These are definitely new entries from the Yona codex. Where you just have it fly into the enemy's nuts. I don't even know if shades have nuts. These nuts. Oh. Definitely. I mean, I guess they could.
The whole home of that blasted dream.
Yeah,
Truly a nightmare I hope never to experience again.
I hear you.
Okay, so I'm looking for like a big marker. Not like a marker to draw with, but a big item marker. Like you're gonna name one creature who doesn't have nuts on one gender or another? Well, shades are weird. They're not like normal creatures. Did I miss it? Animalia specifically? Well, shades aren't animals, so we end it there immediately. Yeah, I already completed the quest, so there should be an item here somewhere. Iron pipe. People are also part of Animalia. That's true. Shades aren't people though. Sort of. Oddly, the iron pipe has a holy aura when charged. Awarded automatically after viewing. Oh, I have to view ending B. Also be completed by also be ordered by completing magical stone. I don't know if that was changed in the remake. Oh, maybe you have to get it inside the little area. Ah, yes, the holy iron pipe. The iron pipe which will deliver divine justice. I think I had to pick it up inside the quest. I think I missed it. But I can still get it from just completing ending B, so... Cool. Some use spells, others use words. Use pipe. Man who delivers holy magic via iron pipe. If I can get it. I don't know, there's an iron pipe in NieR Automata, so for some reason I thought I already had it, but I only had it in that game, not this game. It's probably a joke weapon. Actually, I remember the iron pipes in the intro
I
of the
should
game.
talk to Devila first.
What? Okay, fine. I'll talk to Devila first.
Hey,
Oh, hi. I kinda thought you'd never talk to us again.
I understand you're doing this for the village, and that you don't have a choice.
Pretty much, yeah. But look, why don't you go talk to Popola? I think she wanted to discuss the Shadow Lord with you.
I'm headed there next. Oh, and Devila,
Yeah?
sorry about yesterday.
You don't need to apologize. Anyone would be upset when their friends are hurting. Let Emil and Kaine know that we're sorry, alright?
All right.
Yeah, they do have the exact same shade of hair on this outfit as Popola and Devila. And the outfits are kind of similar too. You become one with the enemy. This is what true acceptance looks like. red hair.
Popola?
Oh. Hello.
Look, I want to apologize for
Stop. You didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but neither did you. You're just trying to protect the villagers. And I jumped down your throat for it.
And I jumped down your throat for it.
It's very kind of you to say so. Regardless, please don't let it trouble you.
Ahem. I believe there was something you wished to discuss with us.
Oh, right. Yes, about that. You know about the lost shrine, right?
The temple where I was first discovered.
That's it. Well, it seems that the Shadow Lord's lair is connected to it somehow.
Oh ho. It was right
Become
under
one
our
with the enemy,
pages
become
the
enemies
whole
with a
time.
child. It all comes full circle.
But the bridge that leads there is unusable.
So, take a boat.
A boat?
Yes. The canal's finally been repaired. It took a lot longer than expected. What with the shades and all. I also asked them to provide a boat at the path to the Lost Shrine's back entrance. The ferryman will let you use it free of charge. That should make it easier for you to move from town to town.
Thanks, Popola. I feel like you've done so much for me. I'm really grateful. All right. I'll see you around.
Dot dot dot.
And for the love of everything, be careful.
What? Let me out. Is it? There we go. Walking in place. Wait. Grimoire? Grimoire Vice?
What is the purpose?
Beats me.
Oh, looks like the statues went away. Because I haven't gotten to them in-game. Yeah, Grimoire Vice. Grimoire Vice is the book.
The path above the entrance to the shopping district should lead to the boat landing.
How excellent to know the canal is finished. Hopefully this puts our days of running all over behind us.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
Use it as often as we... I'm gonna be using it a ton now, since I don't have to do any side quests. I don't want to double check to make sure. Oh, it's this dude.
Hey, look who it is!
That red bag. My pages. You're the slovenly half of that couple who refused to stop arguing.
There's only one man I know of who can access the Grimoire.
Hey, it's been a while.
Sure has. I've been in charge of this canal since we last talked.
Oh, Blitzy. Is that a...
Apparently I did a pretty good job with it because they
boss
decided
then?
to make me the permanent
Sounds
ferryman.
vaguely familiar.
Oh yeah, huh? Congrats.
Thanks. Still, it's not all puppies and unicorns. The old ball and chain is always harping on me now about how much I work. Anyway, if you got a place to be, just let me know and I'll take you there.
I feel like I should just skip all this dialogue since I've already gone through it once, but... It'd probably be more justified if I hadn't... If it had been just a while, but I did just finish it. Bam. Oh, I used the wrong one. Wait, why did I go here?
Oh there!
I need to go to Seafront. I don't remember why. Why am I here? Why am I here? I'll find back entrance to the last shrine. Well, I know where it is, but... Why was there an X over here? I guess I didn't need to be in the CNC front.
The lost shrine's up ahead, just past this cave.
As well as the Shadow Lord's castle.
Let us make haste.
Let us make haste. Create haste potion. Fast vaults over window while having light equipped. Head soul. What do you want? Go away, dirty defective swine. So these are Hansel and Gretel? Not like you, I'm different. Baby Fluffy. My cat is, he wants my attention, so he's trying to rub his head into the mic. No, no, no. Smells like mayonnaise. Why do you smell like mayonnaise? And why do you keep walking in front of the screen? Ding. Oh wow. That's... He's gonna upskirt on Emil. I think I've seen... Have you ever seen his body before? It's just a skeleton, but... Weird. Sophie. Tolas. You again? Stop bothering me. From our vice has been taken away. Hansel is dead. There's no reason for me to exist anymore. My life is over, just leave me alone. What? When did I send that? The fuck who? I don't know what Estolas is. Or who that is.
Ain't you excited, sunshine? We finally get to bathe in blood.
Don't talk to me.
I want to kill so bad I can barely stand it.
Huh? Okay. We get Tyran audio this time around. Hold on, wait, I don't understand. Where did it come from? Stolas's book is the Grimoire. Stolas these nuts. I don't know. Is that from like a their origins? the Grimoire. Still lost these nuts. In this game, it's just Grimoire Vice and Grimoire Noir. And Grimoire Push Block. It's a hell of a character. Oh, okay. I've only seen like 2 episodes, so I don't know everything. How do I... Oh, okay, wait. Soulless these nuts.
This is all too easy.
Hehe, block will go down. You really do like the block puzzle in this part of the game. How? That's supposed to be a parry. Whoops. Honestly, I probably don't have to fight most of these guys. Where's he going? Guys are yellow everywhere except for their knees. Because the knees is where the heart is. Except in basketball. The heart is in your ankles. Did they change the puzzles? No, I think... Oh, no. I want to say this over here. I think they're the same, but... quote-unquote puzzles. Exactly where you want more protection. The shades evolve in unpredictable manners. Maybe not always the most useful. Turn back, turn back.
What's with these guys?
Certainly not your garden variety shades.
They're evolving
Their
just
bodies aren't
backwards.
fully functional.
Say, I've heard of this. A cursed area where incomplete shades gather.
Ah, because they're incomplete. I see. You're all dead. If I use Phoenix Sword. Faster than the Beast Lord, but it's a lot weaker. I feel like I can make up for the damage just by like dodging. I feel like at a certain point I just one-shot everything, even with different damage weapons. More block puzzle. This one was very difficult. This one's even more difficult. Twitch decided to kill itself, so I'm back now. Dang it, Twitch. Don't do that. revive Twitch. It's a lot of these, dude. Twisted ring. These guys drop a lot of twisted rings, but I have no idea what the use is. It's probably like an upgrade item. Oh my god. Okay, we'll just do this then. Thanks, Kaine. Technically, we don't have to kill this guy, but why not? Because he dies in 2 hits. And he gives complex machine. Ooh, Gretel's story. I treated you all poorly. I mocked you, betrayed you, all because you went gestalt before the change was complete. But after all this, I think I can understand you. I think you can speak as equals. This makes me very happy. I hope we can spend the rest of our life. What was that? That's us, I think. Busting our way into the ruins. All the shades are like, wow, this is so great. I hope we can live our lives peacefully and calm. Nope.
Kaine, Emil, look, from now on, I'm going to sleep outside with you.
Why?
I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village. It's stupid.
So you're staging a protest? Fun!
Don't waste your time.
But it just feels wrong.
Well, that's really nice of you, but you still don't have to stay out here with us.
Emil.
You got a super important mission. You can't sleep out in the rain. What if you catch a cold?
Good point.
Besides, I like camping with Kaine. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories.
This is...
Neil, that's enough. What kind of fucking image to maintain?
We seem to be surrounded by a mob of helpless puppies.
Just kick them aside.
Just kick him aside. NieR endorses puppy kicking. It smells like it's burning. I get your waiting for you. And here we are. Don't you touch them. Damn you.
What's going on? There's dozens of them!
Oh, so now I get to hear his perspective. Stop, little ones, they're too strong for you.
Creatures of the darkness. Lure them to the light. Pathetic to the end, it seems.
Aim for that statue. It's the leader.
I am not their leader. It is I who rely on them. Damn. This really says something about society. Let's see. Lance. Yeah. It is they who saved me. Stop hurting my friends. Oh, he changed directions. I had to itch my nose.
You cannot hope to best me.
These little bastards just keep coming.
These creatures cannot abide the sun. Lure them into the light.
What's he doing? He's got a shield up while his little guys die. Turned away for a minute, lifted back. Gretel. Oh, knocked him down. There's one impressive chin piece. It's Gretel. Drop
How
something.
you felled the beast.
Those are my friends.
This is one stubborn
Ooh.
son of a bitch.
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Hey there, Sunshine. You ain't feeling bad for this freak, are ya?
So we're hearing
no turning
what
back
Kaine is
now.
hearing. Kaine can
Get
hear all
down the
this.
lust for blood. Embrace the slaughter.
Embrace
All
the
you
slut.
know is the thrill of battle. Ain't that right, Kaine?
We have Kaine vision now.
Kaine!
Whoops. Okay, we knew this was gonna happen.
Oh, you're kidding me!
Kaine!
Move, move, come on, stupid arm, move. Nah, it's my turn. You're incomplete, but our friends make us whole. Okay, and? Did I ask? He feels no remorse. Probably go check on Kaine. She has a splinter.
Kaine! Are you alright? Kaine!
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kaine!
What is happening?
It's all over for you, Sunshine.
Kaine! Kaine!
Oh, she's back to regular clothing.
It's Kaine's shade!
With no other
Kaine
choice, we must
shade.
strike it down.
Oh, it's not very strong,
Come back!
fortunately.
Oh dear.
Kaine! Kaine!
Kaine!
I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is. We're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak and I'm sad. and I'm lonely, but you make me strong. You're my friend, and I need you. So don't you dare leave me.
All right, all right. Stop crying. And thanks. I'm all right.
Drop something.
Over there.
Yep, she seems pretty alright, I guess.
And what is this?
Beats me. It's got some kind of writing on it, but I don't know what it says.
How remarkably useless of you. Well, let's go ask Popola.
Good idea.
It's a cipher of some kind.
Can you determine its meaning?
I think this is the key to unlocking the Shadow Lord's castle. Here, take a look at this. I wrote down all the words I can understand. This fragment is called the Stone Guardian. Given that you found it in the Lost Shrine, the words must mean something. There are spaces here for 4 other fragments as well. Sacrifice, the Law of Robotics, the Memory Tree, Loyal Cerberus. The Law of Robotics probably refers to the Junk Heap, and the Memory Tree might be the Forest of Myth. But as for Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus...
Not a problem.
Hmm?
If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big monster we find.
Oh, splendid. By all means, let us undertake a murderous rampage.
They're just shades. Besides, it's the only way to reach the Shadow Lord.
It's a dangerous task.
Yeah, well, Yona's in even more danger.
But how can you even be sure that she...
Because she is! Right? The Junk Heap and the Forest of Myth, yeah? I'm on my way.
Please be careful. Oh, and listen. About Kaine and Emil. The villagers know how much they've sacrificed, and they're thankful. It's just... they're scared, you know? People can't change overnight. I'll hurry them along the best I can. But can you please give them a little more time?
I'll try.
I'll try. I guess now the game is going to show us the perspective from all these shades in these various quests. Let's head to the Junk Heap so I can upgrade
Popola
my
said we
weapons.
might be able to find a key fragment in the Junk Heap.
Perhaps we can find a clue at Two Brothers' weaponry.
Ding, ding. I want to switch the outfits too, though. Oh, I wish it was easier to switch the outfit than having to go to the main menu. I guess I can just ignore everything and just head straight to the objective. Some of the outfits I like more than the others. Some of them look kind of dopey. Emil looks kind of dopey in the samurai one.
Where'd they go? Get him! Don't let him escape!
Shade Boy and Shade Mother.
I see something over there! Here! They're in here!
Mom, why? Well, that's a robot.
Who are you?
Khalil, what's your name?
Military defense robot, P-33. You are an intruder. You must be eliminated. Error. There is something leaking from your eyes.
Crying, big dumb robot, I miss my mom.
What is crying? Who is Mom?
Doesn't matter, I can't see her ever again because she's dead.
My creator is also dead. He perished hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds of years ago, really?
874 years, 10 months, 14 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes. 44 minutes.
Aren't you lonely?
I am incapable of being lonely, or missing others, or crying.
I'm crying because I don't want to die.
You will die.
If the humans catch me, they're gonna kill me.
Why will they kill you?
Sniff. Wah.
I will not permit the humans to kill Khalil. Military defense robot P-33 will protect you.
You're gonna help me?
P-33 is charged with defending others. P-33 will defend Khalil.
Oh, hooray! Thanks, robot. And since we're friends now, I'm gonna call you Beepy. Damn. And then they get killed anyway. No. I feel like that's gonna be all of these little voyages to kill shades. It's gonna be something equally sad. I don't know about the wolf one though. That was pretty sad for the humans.
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'll be fine.
Oh, no!
Huh? Look out! Huh?
Someone's car is going off. The irony that he killed his brother. But then he sees the robot and then...
Jacob? Oh, God. This can't be happening. Jacob! Jacob! No!
Anger. Wow, that was scary.
The noise of the intruders caused the structure to fail. They should have proceeded with more caution. One intruder has perished.
Well, that's terrible. I don't think they were chasing me. They seemed nice. Well, one of them is not so nice.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Noodling. Whoops. No. Alright. Boy Kabuki. I think that's cool. I think I like that way. I wonder if different combinations give you different loading things. Or it depends on who's... No, because I'm getting Kaine. Okay, the air. I guess it depends on what you put on NieR.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Oh, hey there. It's been a while.
You're the little one, aren't you? You've grown up.
How fares your brother?
My brother's been dead for 4 years.
Oh, I see. Please forgive the question.
It's okay.
I need to ask you something.
What is it?
You heard any rumors about shades around here? Not the little ones. I'm looking for one that's unusually big and powerful.
No, I haven't heard about anything like that. But I haven't really been listening. All I want is to destroy robots. Just rip them up.
Okay. Never mind then. See you later.
Yeah.
I thought you might...
I will.
These things happen the second time around.
Yeah.
Can you... If you'll...
Yeah, okay. I was wondering what would happen.
You got...
I have 2 iron wills now, or I guess just one.
Only the rip...
You got...
By the... What can I help you with?
These people are incredibly racist. Because they hate robots. Phoenix Spear. I need giant egg. 2 giant egg. Robot shake genocide. Yeah, what's his name is kind of crazy. Kind of off his rocker. Faith. Need a silver ore. 1 more silver ore to upgrade it again.
Come back.
He's weird. It's kind of sad because his it was his fault that his brother died. He didn't realize that because he's stupid or something. But he hates robots anyways. You already possess the following item, memory alloy.
It's a shame about the older lad. He was but a child.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
Does that mean I can go back? I guess so. Okay, ready? What's a ship?
A large seagoing vessel that carries freight and passengers over bodies of water.
Yay, you're so great, BP. You learned so much.
You have taught me much, Khalil. You have helped to expand my vocabulary. You have instructed me in the ways of the outside world.
Well, there's some of the stuff I don't know either. Maybe we should leave here and go explore the world.
Because we are friends.
That's right. Yay, it's gonna be fun. Oh no. Oh no no. It's gonna be something, alright.
That's some pretty impressive stuff you found.
Metal monkey. Metal monkey.
I'll start upgrading your weapon right away. And since you did me a favor, I won't even charge you for it.
Thanks, Gideon.
Well, actually, this is gonna take a little more time than I thought. No sense in you waiting around. I'll send you a letter once it's ready.
That would be great.
Oh, that was easy. I wonder if there's any more I can
No
upgrade.
sense in you waiting.
That would be great.
By the what can I help you with?
Transients. None of these are really like amazing. I don't feel like wasting resources upgrading them really. But I guess I don't need Damascus steel for anything else. Oh, that does get a lot stronger. Where's the other one, the beast one? I guess I can't look at it since I can't upgrade anymore. He needs to pick up the pace. Exactly. It's like he has plot urgency or something. Oh, that's what diminishing returns right there. Oh, 999 damage. I need more Damascus steel though.
Come back soon.
Some of these weapons names are pretty over the top. How the hell does a Devil Queen make sense?
It appears we have some free time on our hands.
I guess it corresponds to the weapons story. Each of the weapons have like a little story tied to them.
Popola said we might be able to find something in the Forest of Myth.
You will forgive me if I seem less than enthusiastic about such a trick.
Oh shoot, is it gonna make me play that stupid? No! Not the word quest. Anything but that. Great, more things for me not to understand. That's NieR, baby. Now I have this red sword. Look like a Monster Hunter character. Filthy baby. I will be skipping through the text adventure if it is that part, like I remember. I cannot stand that part of the game. Vessel. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, I see. Ah, so that's what Emil magic orbs means. That boy run fast. Yeah, this is my main method of transportation right here. This bad boy packs it. Ow! Use you, Shade. This is my ride. This bad boy packs so much horsepower. And if I run into walls, I can do this. Okay, wait. I'm glad I figured out the mystery of what Emil magic orbs meant. It doesn't affect my orbs, it affects the enemies. Yeah, he's dead. Quite powerful. I can't tell if I like the leave me alone. I can't tell if I like this outfit though. The samurai one. Like, it's cool, but it's a little clunky. Also, Cro-Magnon face. Whoa. I do like it on the other two though, but facing 500 samurai. It's not terrible, but I don't know. I am a fan of the Kabuki one also. He's just too thick.
Oh, hello. How are things? Hmm? You want to know if anything unusual is happening? Well, I have been feeling a rather strange presence whenever I visit
The Divine Tree.
It's a legendary. Did you?
Oh,
Well,
I can't remember.
you're not really supposed
This
to
is
go
the
near the tree.
it's a text quest, but it's not
Except
as
for
bad. I just have to remember the numbers that this game tells me about. So what is this game about? It's about everything. It's about all and everything and all and everything at all points. No, it's actually about. Alright, I'm gonna give you a quick rundown. So basically, thousands of years ago, a dragon and a giant mannequin-looking giant. Like, you know those mannequins that you see in like stores that they put clothes on, like a woman version. So a dragon and a mannequin appeared, and the mannequin wasn't very big, or the mannequin was big, the dragon wasn't very big, but they just appeared in urban Tokyo, all of a sudden, and the dragon killed the giant, and when the giant died, it started scattering white powder everywhere. I hope you're following, because that is pretty abstract, but that's what happened. And then the white powder created an infection, a disease. Attack on Titan mannequin. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's go. Yeah. But the infection created a disease. Yeah, cocaine. It spread cocaine all over the people of Tokyo, and the infection started a disease that started killing off all of humanity. So then the scientists were like, okay, we gotta do something about this. So they started the Gestalt project, which like separated human souls from their bodies. And then like thousands of years pass.
And why is that?
And now they don't tell you this at the beginning, but I guess we're at the point in the game where you probably already know this. You should know this, but the shades are like the soul parts of humans that are trying to return to their like body counterparts.
I don't know. It's just how things have always been.
That was like a quick run through. Probably lots of like mistakes or whatever, but that's like the gist of it.
Weird.
But that's like info that the game like it kind of like feeds to you. It doesn't like start off by telling you. You kind of start off by knowing nothing, kind of just going into it. And then they give you text quests.
There are the grass, the trees, the woods.
Like this.
Why do we seem to encounter nothing but odd people lately?
Honestly, the gameplay wise, it's kind of like Ocarina of Time. Like, it's pretty similar. It's even got like a time skip.
You should talk, Vice.
But the time skip isn't a mechanic. Oh, so you're just a spirit right now? This guy, my guy is the body. The spirit is the antagonist of the game. But you're technically the game doesn't tell you that. But like you figure it out. And now you know. So now you figured it out. But yeah, that's the he's trying to right now the protagonist NieR is trying to save his sister. Because his sister has like this disease called the Black Scroll. Which I think that was the disease that they were trying to counter against when they did the Gestalt project. But so he's trying to save his sister right now because his sister was abducted by the Shadow Lord, or also also known as this guy's spirit or soul form.
As if Grimoire Weiss is capable of spouting such nonsense.
Guess you could say the antagonist is a nobody. That Kingdom Hearts thing. This is big. It gets very Kingdom Hearts if I'm being honest. Even if it's not like 1-to-1.
Hang on. I don't think it's done.
Is the dark entity that governs all memories. May the words form themselves to your liking.
Does that mean it'll tell us what we want to know? That'd be nice.
Where he's trying to save his sister Yona, who has been abducted by the Shadow Lord, who wants to put his spirit Yona into the body of a physical Yona, if that makes sense. Alright, this isn't very interesting. It is the text quest that they done. I'm basically, because NieR games, including Automata, they usually have lots of endings. I've already played through the main game, ending A, so now I'm trying to do ending B. And ending B has you play through a lot of the second half of the game, and they just add in a bunch of other context. Words collapse. I just need I remember this part, they just want you to pick out the details and remember them. Deep brown eyes, so I gotta remember brown eyes. Brown eyes. And I gotta remember... 23 companions. Red Dragon Falls. Oh, see, that Red Dragon thing? That's the, that's what I was talking about. I just pointed at the screen, but I realized you can't see my fingers. Green eyes, yep, got it. Blue eyes, yep. 40 companions. No, 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 no. Can't trick me. I'm out of memories. The tree stretches branches. Full of memories. "17 companions, blue dragon." The jewel. Employed, listen. Order, listen. It was a shade. The shade has memories. Shade is eating memories? Pimp dragon. Pimp dragon. That's not even a color. Employee. Okay, what was Colossus Envy? Brown. Got it. You know what's so fun about this part? Is that if you get even one of these questions wrong, you have to sit through this whole text thing all over again. And they changed the answers too, so you can't just tap through it. You have to like look for the things. "23. Yona? Yona or Yona? Dragon and Shrek must have been pimping to get donkey, to be honest. That was the answer to the riddle.
What in the... I never realized shades were capable of rational thought.
I don't care if they can tap dance and play the fiddle. I just want to kill him without all this hassle.
With the tree defeated, we no longer have to worry about being buried in its world of letters. Unless, of course, time itself begins to rewind.
Time itself begins to rewind, almost like I'm playing this part again. How clever, Vice. Well, go to see if letter has arrived.
Let's see if the junk heap kid sent us a letter.
The dumbest part is now I have to go to my house and check for a letter at my mailbox as opposed to going straight to the junk heap. I have to make sure. Even though my house is the opposite direction from the junk heap. Isn't that right, Fluffy? Hmm? Fluffy baby. I don't care if they can tap dance and play the fiddle. Well, I do. That'd be actually kind of interesting. I want to see a Shade do that. Both of those things in that order. Actually, at the same time. Look at these guys. These are just human souls running about. They got armor. They found armor. Grind around the machete and go white boy go. Go Shade go. Go white Shade go. That's what all the villagers are saying when NieR goes and kills the shades and protects the village. You just go white boy go. Actually, one of the most Ocarina of Time things is the fact that like you just roll around everywhere to go faster. Or my special tech of roll dash attack with sword. It's the speed windmill. What's your favorite movies and shows? I have a lot. Well, movies maybe not. I don't have as many movies. But shows no, I have a huge list. Mostly anime, I guess, but
Personal request.
I haven't been watching too much stuff lately.
He's done a lot for us. We should see what he wants. Off to the junk heap then.
Okay, no, this armor just looks dumb. I'm sorry, I can't wear it anymore. Gonna have to go and see you later. See you, Generic. Thanks for coming. Have a nice rest of your day, night. Thank you. That's also on the list. My friends make fun of me because they'll ask me about like 99% of the shows they ask me, and I'll say it's on the list, and they've just like said at one point one of them was like, is that just your catchphrase now? That's part of like Kaifi lore. It's like it's on the list. It's on the list. I think I'm at like 100 something shows on my plan to watch list. What I try to do is since it's hard to kind of pick a single show, I use like a what's it called? You know those not a raffle, but like a shuffler. It picks a random one for my list. So yeah, I use that. Should I just use standard for adult? Kind of like standard. Dad, who are you gonna give him your inheritance to in the will? It's on the list. Check the list. The joke is that the list isn't increasing or it is increasing, but it's not decreasing anytime soon. I've been on like what was it, NieR? I've been quote unquote watching NieR for like months now. I don't even remember. I think I started watching it like before winter break, like beginning of December or something like that. I could actually check because the list I use keeps track of like when I completed shows, but I've been on that for so long it's not even funny. It's like episode 16. And now I can go to the junk heap. Start watching My Hero again. 50 episodes behind, I like it. I watched the first season, and then I read really, really far ahead. And then I stopped, and I'm pretty sure last time I checked that one of my friends who does watch like a ton of stuff, he actually has a YouTube channel, you can go check it out, EX Falchion. But anyway, I asked him if they had animated past the point, and apparently they have. They're past the point I've read too. So even in terms of the anime, which was moving a lot slower than the manga, I'm already behind. Please tell me you've seen Toradora. I'm gonna have to hit you with it. I hit you with that. It's on the list, unfortunately. The thing about Durara is that it has a. Durara has a. There's like 3 other seasons after. They're shorter, but they're like 3 other seasons I have to get through. Like the first season's 24 episodes, and there's 3 seasons after it with 12 episodes each. I think Netflix condenses the second season into 36 episodes, but I can't just drop Durara. I have to finish it. I have to see it through. Yeah. No, Toradora is arguably my favorite. It's the one with the little red-haired girl, right?
Hey there. Your weapon is ready to go.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Toradora.
You know, with a weapon like that.
You were going to say?
I could maybe after I finish Durara, I could bypass my my usual rule of just picking randomly and start with that.
I need to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to avenge my brother.
Oh, yeah? I can do it. Kills you immediately. Just kidding. He doesn't know he killed his brother. Taiga, my beloved.
That is a rather
I love that
ponderous
gift.
favor.
It's my mission. It's the whole reason I've been creating these weapons for the past 4 years. I don't care about money. I only care about making a weapon strong enough to kill those bastards.
Music, I will listen to quite literally anything that catches my attention, but I mean, I don't know, I guess it tends to be more like video game stuff or anime stuff, just because I'm like around that media the most. There's this one Japanese pop singer that I've been listening to a lot lately. I think Real? I don't know how to pronounce it, but...
Which bastards?
The ones in the mountain. That little shade and his robot.
The Shade has joined forces with a robot.
There's a Shade in there?
Yes.
Yes.
And what have we decided?
We're gonna kill it.
I kind of mesh a lot of like Real, for example. Her music, I put it in playlists with other like more like upbeat, bubbly pop music. Don't know any Japanese singers. I don't know either. This is just the one I just happened upon because Spotify, you know how Spotify does that thing? It's like if you make a playlist, it has a bunch of like other songs that it like recommends. And I think I found it through there. But yeah, I listen to that. Sometimes I listen to, I don't know. Oh, there's this one really good song from the opening to Danganronpa, the Danganronpa anime. I think it's called, I think the artist is by NieR or something. Takes a DNA sample and makes it plays for you based on that. Yeah. It can like, it's like detects the code, the weeb code in my DNA complex. Ow. But yeah, the song from that opening that I was talking about, I really enjoy. You have to go this way? No, the other way. What about you? What kind of songs do you listen to? Maybe I can pick up a another song. Did I miss it? Oh, I think I should. Yeah, I should have taken the elevator. Yeah, NieR games. You asked earlier what this game was about. I didn't even have to give you that synopsis. That was completely unnecessary. I could have just told you like one word, just depression. That's what NieR is about. This depression, Yoko Taro depression simulator. Whoops, sorry. Nightbot, yeeted. I'm not even sure what it did. BTS? True? L? Are you saying like BTS isn't L, or as in the band L? Is there a band L?
The elder brother postponed his joy for the sake of his sibling. Do you think he was ever truly happy?
Just making his little brother happy would have been enough. That's what being an older brother is like.
Oh, me listening to BTS is an L thing. I don't know. I've not heard too many of their songs, but I don't know. I've yet to hear one that I feel like a lot of it's more like romantic, which I mean, it's fine, but I'm more for like the more upbeat stuff. Like, I don't know, have you ever heard of 17? I like 17. I like 17's song, Nice. I like that one. Nightbot hates when I put too many H's in lol. Yeah. I don't know, I still working with Nightbot's, how prudish it is. Because it's kind of hard, it has like a little parameters you can set, but it's kind of hard to tell what exactly that it's like until someone actually does something. And then you realize, oh wait, I don't want Nightbot to be that restrictive. You know, I love Nice by them? Nice. Nice, you love Nice! Sometimes, to be honest, it's not that I don't like not follow groups, but I guess I don't follow, I don't know, overall I'm not like a big like music follower. I'm like you're an average music enjoyer. I'm an average music fan. Like I consume music, and I might not follow up with the band until like there's a big thing about it. Blackpink is the only concert I've been to though. I haven't been to any concerts ever, I don't think. But yeah, as I was saying, like usually I tend to remember more the song. And sometimes I remember the artist sometimes. Like I know I like Russian Roulette by Red Velvet, right? Yeah, that's it, right? I was just talking about how I can remember bands, but I was supposed to say because I was just talking about Blackpink, and then Red Velvet just made me like, it's like, wait, is it Black Velvet, Pink Velvet, Red Velvet, Red Pink? But yeah, because for music it's more like I'm looking at the song title so I can remember it to put it in my playlist rather than the person. And if I do like a song from a particular band or singer, then I'll probably look at a few songs of theirs. You know, the Spotify's like top 5, and if I like those, I'll go through more of their stuff, and maybe I'll remember their thing more. Yeah, that makes sense. Just wherever is good. Doesn't need to be all in one specifically. Yeah. I mean, no, I don't think anyone who likes music knows that like not every song every band makes is gonna be a banger. I mean, if that's true, then holy crap. Da Vinci, or Beethoven. Da Vinci was a painter. You get my point. Da Vinci. But yeah, I'm all for new music stuff. Da Vinci? Da Vinci? I just did the Da Vinci face, but you can't see it because I don't have my model yet. Soon. Ah! Whoops. I've been drinking a lot of water today. I should have gotten a glass cup or something. Die. New music is pretty good. Some tracks from not even just this game, but Automata as well. Soon. Yeah. Yeah, soon. No, like really though, soon. I mean the model's already commissioned, but now it actually has to be done. Then I have to get I have to find something to read it. Who's your favorite Genshin character and why is it Victoria the Nun from the Cathedral? I'm sorry Victoria, but I skipped through all your dialogue if you have a commission for me. Or something about clean statue, clean cathedral? I don't know. Actually I'm probably gonna switch over to Genshin soon after I finish this little part of the thing. Let's see. Yeah, after I get this fragment. Love robotics. The cat is at the door yelling. After every time I walk into the cathedral. How often do you walk into the cathedral? I only go there when I have a commission from her or from the Shneznayan dude. Which isn't very often. I haven't done anything for them in a while. Bombs? You want them? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees. Ah! Ursula goes, I have my way of making people confess, chuckles. He's a keeper. Hate this part. Why did they put the bomb so far away? What's their problem? It's your damage game, Dev. The door doesn't open quick enough either. There we go. Sheesh. Gotta get the timing down. Fluffy. I wish my cat had opposable thumbs so he can open the door on his own. Actually, that'd be kind of creepy. Never mind. I'm just gonna run through this part. And by run, I mean run into the side of this cart. Uh-oh, I'm out of magic. Ooh. How many cats you got? Just this one. It's annoying me right now. Yes, I can see you. Ow. I mean, I do have one back at home. Another one back at home, but right now, it's just him with me in the apartment. Leave me alone. Oh my god, there's so many. This is a mistake. I shouldn't have ignored them all. Dark Whirlwind. Oh wait, no. Dark Blast. Yeah. Ow. Finally. We are lightly bussing. Lightly amongously have made it to the end. What the fuck? Why was Kaine just waiting here in the hallway? Does she have a shortcut that I don't? Shush, 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 shush. Well, I'm exhausted. I gotta wake up early tomorrow, so I hope you have a good day in stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good wake up early tomorrow. To all stream viewers, I wish you a good wake up early tomorrow. Exclamation mark. It's like pensively, like maybe. Is this a stream truly? Medicinal herb. Getting flashbacks to all the grinding I had to do in this place. Let's go up. Or I can just skip most of this as I'm not grinding for materials. Laser bots have come. The door is broken and won't open. Meow. Yeah, you wanna go outside? Outside my room? You must understand, Cat, that I am doing something of the utmost importance. Playing NieR, Replicant, and trying to get NEB.
I've never heard of a shade living with a machine. What's that about?
Don't know, don't care. All that matters is that we kill them both.
That's what I'm saying. I want to wear the other outfit, the Kabuki outfit. I want to put that on NieR. But it gets rid of his it gets rid of his white hair. Like not white. The red hair is cool. However,
it seems we have found
right. Beats going the.
However, I think for story purposes, it's not as cool. Like the white hair makes more sense for Yona. They are. Are they gonna say something? Why are they command to attack? Did I miss the part where he became angry? P33 BP.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning. Exterminating.
Yeah. It's your lovely baby.
it's enormous.
Intruder detected. Scanning.
Hey, nice walking in front of the screen. You know where to get my attention, don't you? Okay, hold on. Let me go open the door for her. Ah. Okay. Do it, BB. Meet him good.
Look at the shade!
That theme is commanding the robot somehow.
Aim for the legs! Knock it down!
This does not take a lot of damage.
Take out the shade!
Let's do wall.
Exterminating.
Ing. BB, wait, that's enough. You're gonna be destroyed if you keep fighting.
Must defend my mission.
No, I can't live without you. Don't want to be alone again.
Oh, damn it. That's a shade. It's a shade!
Kill him. Kill him. Feel the hate inside you.
Well, now that line makes a lot more sense now, but... Oh! Looks like I was aiming at the wrong part. I said go for the legs, but... Now he becomes Archangel Robot. Not bestie.
Exterminating.
This thing can transform?
I better start transforming faster.
Watch for falling debris!
Look out!
Escape.
Escape.
See the world.
Ah.
Must protect. Must fight.
Stop, you've done enough now.
Where do you think you're going?
Into the ceiling. Stop. BB's my best friend in the whole world. Stop hurting him. And Kaine can hear you, my man. Oh, he's spawning a bunch of others.
Must defend my mission.
Defend. Too bad get Nade instead. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. I wanted to be with you forever.
Khalil. Together we be. Alone. Be. Cry.
machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me! Why did you have to be here? Why you? Why?
Beautiful. What a perfect example of humanity.
You took everything from me. You killed my brother. You killed my mother. If it weren't for you, they'd still be alive!
Hey, come on. That's enough.
I did it! Now that this goddamn thing is dead, I can forage wherever I want. Just wait, you goddamn freak! Now I can make all kinds of powerful weapons! Just leave it to me! Leave it all to me!
iCarly?
Look, we get it, okay? Really?
You're going in on it, though.
Hatred and madness will never heal a wounded heart.
Maybe it's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that leaves, just those two, right? Yeah. Sacrifice and loyal Cerberus.
Maybe Popol has found some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
You know, I've been thinking, why was a shade hanging out with a machine?
It appeared the creature was actually issuing orders to that mechanical minion.
Do you think the shade had a reason for what it did?
Actually...
Look, it doesn't matter what a shade is or isn't thinking. All that matters is that we kill every last one of them.
Right. Sure. The idea of a shade trying to protect a robot is goddamn absurd. Still, you guys should be careful.
What do you mean?
If the shade inside me ever takes over, I'm probably going to attack you.
That's not gonna happen. You are no shade.
The lad is correct. You are many things, Hussy, but a shade is not one of them. Shades, for example, do not come equipped with such foul and scurrilous mouths.
How about I cram your face up your own asshole, book?
Don't worry, Kaine. If your shade ever takes over, I'll stop you.
You will you? Thanks, Emil.
Aw. Thanks, Emil. Ah, okay. I was wondering earlier with the how I'd be able to tell between the red orbs and the purple orbs, but I guess that's the answer. They're just like dark versions.
I fear the next card's faithful.
learned anything new about the Shadow Lord's key, Popola?
You know, I was just going to talk to you about that. You remember the Eyrie, right?
That depressing shell of a village?
Not so much anymore, it sounds like. I just got this letter from the village chief. Have a look.
Oh yeah.
Sacrifice? Isn't that the name of one of the key fragments?
That's right. I've been trading notes with leaders from every town in the land.
You're amazing, Popola.
This entire affair strikes me as a bit too convenient.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm afraid Grimoire Weiss is correct.
What do you mean?
The area has been shut off from the world for years, and now they've not only opened trade routes, but they freely exchange information about the Shadow Lord.
I agree. It seems rather unnatural.
You're overthinking it. Besides, I don't care if it's dangerous. I won't get Yona back by just sitting around and waiting. If there are shades there, I'll just kill him and be done with it.
Oh dear.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I guess I won't stop you. Try speaking with the chief when you get there.
Okie dokie. At least this time I don't have a million side quests to look after.
The area, huh? Alright, let's go see the chief.
What a soul-crushing place.
Nice. Rare to have your soul crushed, Vice. Even more. Ding. Ding.
I cannot fathom that village setting up a mercantile. They must have truly opened their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Ah.
Aren't you glad to be going back home, Kaine?
Home? That place is a shithole.
Ooh, the village. It's home to so many terrible widow memories, isn't it, Kaine?
So comically evil. Yo, can I get a evil shade possession? Only a spoonful. Kaine proceeds to
We
plot
do
a
not
comically large
desire-
evil shade.
We do not desire needless conflict.
If we can continue to live with humans,
then we can continue to live peacefully.
But that young man will come.
Yes, the young man will come.
He will kill us all. Women and children included.
what should we do? What can we do?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Kaine's shack. I wonder where her house used to be. Her and her grandmother's house. When I was reading the little Kaine story, I forgot that the areas there were just like a bunch of catwalks on like the side of a cliff. Like as I was reading, I was imagining like a normal medieval village. I don't know.
I don't believe in anything anymore.
How do I get there?
Everyone will perish.
These guys are doomer build.
I don't almost forgotten what the breeze felt like.
Man, I was so tired of holding up indoors.
My weapons may not be the Thanks.
Thanks.
I'd almost forgotten.
Make sure you stock up on necessities.
I have to check on the chief,
Come
don't
back.
I? Oops, I kind of bypassed that. Chief. His little golden house.
Hello?
It's all over.
We came to ask about the letter you sent.
Our days are numbered. Our village is doomed.
As cheerful as ever, it seems.
You're the one who wrote the letter, right?
I don't know about any letter.
What the hell is going on here?
It may be faster for us to take our inquiries elsewhere. Let us ask around. Someone must know something.
Let us ask around. Go ask the ominous, happy people down there. It's funny, they're trying to live like the humans, but they did the complete opposite of what the humans here would do.
A letter, huh? Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
So, you know about the letter?
Maybe I don't. I'm not sure.
Which is it, man?
Oh, and if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
You could say that.
Ah, I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
Indeed. Our aim is to defeat every last one.
Every last one?
Everyone.
Vice!
Beware, this man is a shade.
Damn it! It's a trap!
I think
You guys sure are taking your goddamn time.
1,000 apologies. We were distracted by the local welcoming party.
Want some help?
A carnival of murder? I love it. Yeah.
Kaine! The villagers are possessed!
But not all of them. Some are still human, so be careful.
Just kill them all.
Sis!
Sis!
Get out of here! No way! I'm not gonna abandon my own sister!
Kaine, what's going on?
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
No!
Oh, the capture froze. I guess it was going too well.
That kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is!
At least I've already seen this part before.
Kaine!
Ow.
Stop it! Don't hurt my sister!
You monster, you possessed monster. It's you who has lost your humanity. You are the true monsters.
What madness. These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
Kaine!
Kill! Villagers are under attack over there.
Who's Kaine?
Put down that weapon, please! I beg of you!
Damn it, Kaine! You gotta get up! Emil, watch Kaine. I'll go clean up over there.
All right.
He's chilling.
What could those black swirls be?
I blame you for all of this.
Go away. I can't deal with this. Just leave me alone.
What's happening?
Ball.
By my pages. Is this beast a shade as well?
That's a flower.
Sucked up the
Flower
villagers.
eyeball.
No! If we keep this up, we're gonna kill them all! We can't let that happen!
I feel something from within the creature.
Oh, he's not very strong. Oh, he's spinning. Maybe, Gluttony would be good here.
This is the combined power of all those shades?
It will take more than a barrage of magic to stop us. The first to waver is the first to die. I sense magic coming from the center of that eye.
Me too. They seem to be blocking everything.
Wait! I think those are actual people!
Hold nothing back. Those are shades.
Oh, which is it?
The surrounding tentacles appear to deflect magic. Now, focus your magic on the beast's center.
Oh, I don't have any magic left. That's okay, I'll need a few. LASIK eye surgery.
Look out! Something's coming!
Its weak point is located around the back. Try attacking it from above.
Let me zoom on over.
Put it down!
Emil!
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 I'll keep it busy. You should be able to attack from behind. Go around and get it. Please, hurry.
Emil can handle this. We must circle behind the creature at once. You must strike it in the eye.
As much as I enjoy doing the gluttony thing, I feel like it's much faster to just do this.
It is escaping to the inner level.
I'm coming. Gotta catch my breath.
Careful, Emil. Won't help anyone if we lose you here. God damn it! You beat the hell out of that thing. How can it still move?
Its combined powers are beyond even my greatest suspicion.
Come on, show your eye. There we go.
Help me take it out.
I'm on it.
And you're done. Body 99% likely that of a red eye. Death of a red eye confirmed. It's a red eye.
Emil! Emil, wait!
Emil!
He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Ah, fuck. This ain't good, sunshine.
Consume. Consume eerie. Bonesman. Emil, what have you done? Uncontrollable magic. I have to protect the people I love. That was the only thought as I unleashed the magic powerful enough to destroy not only the Shade, but everyone else as well. All of them. So many innocent lives. Destroy. Eviscerate. Crush. Kill. These are the dark impulses that override all other thoughts. As a being that was created to be a magic weapon, these are my instincts. Maybe it's better to call them our instincts. Emil's dream. Rampage. Oh, hold on, let me cat back in before we undertake a new text adventure. A klaxon sounds from deep within the bowels of the laboratory. Thick metal shutters drop down, sealing off the room with a series of dull metal thuds. Abort the experiment. Number 6 is out of control. Everyone get out of here now. Get out of here. The researcher's words are abruptly cut off as a massive hand materializes out of the gloom and lifts him high into the air. The researcher begins to scream. He screams and screams, the sound echoing off the walls of the laboratory, till the hand squeezes down, coating the room in a deep crimson hue. The rest of the colleagues stand in silence, mouths open, unable to process what they have just seen. Then, a female scientist takes a step back and lets fly into a heartbreaking wail. But this is a terrible mistake, for the sound of her cry suddenly brings forth a monster in all of its terrible glory. Its body is a bloated corpse, its head a grinning skull. And it is massive. And Fluffy is standing in front of the monitor. What are you doing? You want attention? Come. Move. You have to move out of the way so I can see the screen. And it is massive, many times the size of a human. The head lolls from side to side as it tromps about the room on all fours, bringing to mind the wild maneuverings of some wretched starving beast. This creature, this thing, is experimental weapon number 6. Also known as Halawa. Oh no, please stop. Oh God, save me, save me. I don't want to die. One by one, the maddened cries of the researchers are silenced. If number 6 understands their petitions, it pays them no heed, instead continuing to rampage of destruction and slaughter with a focus that borders on obsession. After an eternity, the screaming stops. The alarms fall silent, and only then does the creature make a sound, howling out with an unfathomable roar that echoes up and down the empty halls of the blood-soaked laboratory. It's a sound that curses those who had dared bring such evil into the world, and yet one that also seems to be pleading for help. Epic narration. Thanks. I figured it's better than just sitting here and clicking. Two sets of footsteps echo in an otherwise silent corridor on the first level of the laboratory. One set belongs to a young boy, his eyes blindfolded and his hands restrained. The other belongs to a severe man in a long white coat. The man drags the boy along by means of a long chain attached to the set of shackles on his wrists. Rubble is scattered here and there across the floor of the corridor, making the journey an exceedingly difficult one for the boy who cannot see. Excuse me? Could you please walk a bit slower, sir? I'm not used to being blindfolded, and... Rather than stopping, the man only increases his pace, causing the boy to stumble in an attempt to keep up. This last humiliation proves too much, and the boy finds himself unable to arrest his fall. Without the ability to brace himself, he topples to the floor, smashing his head on a pile of debris and causing a trickle of blood to worm its way down his pale, frightened face. Agonized by the pain, the boy inadvertently opens his eyes, causing the falling drops of blood to emit a strange crackling sound before transforming into tiny white rocks. "Close your damn eyes!" roars the man. Yes, sir," stammers the boy as he slams his lids shut. He hadn't realized the blindfold had slipped off during the fall, but now he keeps his eyes squeezed shut so tightly that sparkles appear against the black of his vision. The boy is Emil, also known as number 7. He's a magical weapon whose eyes are capable of turning to stone anything that falls under their gaze. "Don't look at me," barks the man. "Never look at me." "I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking at the ground now, so if you would just hand me the blood..." Instead of waiting for him to finish, the man extends one foot and presses Emil's face to the floor with a heavy black boot. Sir, stop. You're hurting me." "I told you to keep your eyes and your mouth shut, so do it." The man knows this boy. This weapon could wipe him out in a single glance, and yet subduing him in this way gives him a sense of relief. Tough. 11 from Stranger Things? Kind of, yeah. Very similar situation. After making certain the boy is sufficiently cowed, the man leans down, retrieves the blindfold, and locks it tightly around the boy's quivering head. "Right then, on your feet, let's move." Emil staggers to his feet, trying to ignore the red liquid oozing down his face. The blood doesn't matter. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is finishing the job they had set up for him to do. The second level of the laboratories is even worse shaped than the first. The environs are littered with rubble and rock, making the thought of a decent foothold laughable. When the man's eyes linger on a section of rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of a warm, gooey brownies slathered in strawberry sauce. What? What's wrong with this dude? His stomach lurches at the thought, but when he attempts to avert his eyes, they land on the remains of a human being rendered into what could only be described as paste. The man blinks. His mind goes strangely blank before attempting to determine exactly how many humans had to be sacrificed to create the scattered piles of flesh around him. After a moment, his thoughts simply cease altogether, as if his mind realizes that trying to put such a thing into form is folly. You can go the rest of the way on your own, says the man in a voice much weaker than he wishes to be. I mean, what does it matter? You're not even human, you're a monster. With this, the man spins around and dashes back down the hall. Helpless Emil simply listens as the footsteps of his erstwhile captor fade into the distance. Emil finds himself alone in a room with the stench of death and blood. For a moment, he considers opening his eyes, but the thought of the horrors that await him quickly squashes his plan. Instead, he stands still and listens intently. Eventually, a far-off sound reaches his ears. That's the howl I heard before. Emil resumes walking, using the sound of the distant voice to guide him, almost as if it was calling him home. By the time Emil reaches the 3rd level, he is moving on memory as much as sound. His hands and face are covered in fresh wounds from numerous falls, but every time he thinks about giving up, his mind returns to his sister. We studied together. We ate cookies together. We cried together. We laughed together. And sometimes I was the only one who got yelled at. That's why I was never lonely. Our being together allowed me to stay strong. For Emil, his sister was all he had to live for. So holding that feeling close to his chest, he presses on, one slow step after the other. Finally, Emil finds himself drawing close to a certain experimental chamber in the deepest part of the laboratory. Cookies slap right about now? I baked some the other day. I may eat them later, actually. The howl is very close now, and as he touches the switch that controls the door, he thinks about his mission. Number 6 is the ultimate weapon. She is his sister. He must turn her to stone. The door slowly opens, revealing the massive interior of the experimentation chamber. After a few steps, Emil removes his blindfold and slowly opens his eyes. His sister lurks before him, but she looks nothing like the girl he once knew. Instead, he sees a savage beast crawling on all fours through the shredded remains of researchers. As the thing that had been his sister stops and tilts his head in Emil's direction, he focuses his gaze on it. A series of soft crunching sounds emerge from the creature as his magic does its terrible work. First the fingers, then the hands, arms, legs, head. What little color the beast once possessed fades to a dull ashen gray. And yet, somehow, it summons what strength remains and pulls itself towards Emil, one slow, lumbering effort at a time. Wailing, the massive monstrosity closes in. Is she worried about me? Or is she coming to kill me? Emil feels prepared to accept either outcome. After all, this was his older sister, the person he loved more than anyone else in the world. Halua, The moment Emil speaks, number 6 comes to a sudden halt. Silence descends on the chamber as the siblings stare at each other. I'm sorry, Halua, but everyone says you're too powerful. They say it's too dangerous unless I seal you away. I'm so sorry. As Emil watches her body begin to turn to stone once more, number 6 simply waits in utter perfect silence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The moment number 6's petrification is complete, her memories flood into Emil's mind. The two of them huddling together in the cold. All alone in the world with no one to protect them. All she wanted was to save her little brother. And yet, it was that little brother who, in a sense, saved her. The moment the petrification is complete, Emil sinks to his knees. A frozen sister and a little brother racked with sin. Alone in this cold cage, the two of them weep in a single silent voice. It was our combined power that destroyed the Eyrie. Whole existences, entire lives, even their memories. We took it all. We took everything. My sweet, gentle sister turned into a monster. And the same thing will happen to me now that I have her power. My instincts as a weapon win out and destroy me in the process. That power ends up hurting someone I love.
saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you.
But
It's all right. Really? Don't look back.
We had best be off.
Yeah.
Eviscerated. Damn. Poor meal. Poor little boy.
Maybe Popol has found some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
Let's drop by a village. Where are we dropping? The speed boar. What? Warifuk. Warifuk? Is that a Skyrim shop? Why are you going so fast on that thing? It's speedboard. It's the top method of transportation. Also, I also hope I get a letter from Kaipi tomorrow. Send you a letter.
I decided a long time ago that Popola was too important and beautiful to worry about shades and the like. That's why I dedicated my life to protecting her. She trusts me to keep the library secure. So maybe someday she'll trust me with, other things.
False hope is better than no hope at all, I suppose.
Simp moment? Where's this simp guard? Try equipping the different outfit. Who's calling? Kabuki. Yona. She fell over. I thought only Yona fell over in the loading screen. See what Popola has to say this time. I think she talks about the red bag dude.
Hey, Popola.
Ah, you're back.
Have you learned anything more about the Shadow Lord's key?
I'm sorry, but it's going to take me some time yet.
I see. Well, can I take something off your plate in the meantime?
Oh, how about this? You know the ferryman with the red bag, right? Well, he's been skipping out on work lately. Can I ask you to go to Seafront and check on him?
Sure thing.
Too bad the man's already dead, probably. At least I think he's dead by the time we get there. It's all very recent in my mind.
This feels alarmingly familiar.
I'm sure that couple is merely having another one of their inane spats. Let us do our utmost not to get dragged into it this time,
Oh,
Everyone's always dead. Yeah, that's the escape. It's like you go to a place, they're probably already either dead or suffering, and you can watch them die. NieR's depression simulator. Okay, I wonder if I have a file for it. Yeah, the Emil stuff. It's Emil and Halua.
Yeesh. I don't think I've ever seen fog this thick before.
Yeesh.
Huh? What's that?
This ship.
Oh god, it's over. My life is over.
What's wrong?
Oh hey, I remember you. You're the ones who helped us out way back when.
Seeing as we've come all this way, I suppose we had best ask, what is the matter?
I had a fight with my husband, and he ran away from home.
Yes, yes. You may color me utterly flabbergasted.
But it's all that idiot's fault. I was saving up a bunch of apples, and he went and ate 10 of them.
My life is over? Her life is over because he ate too many apples.
That's actually sort of impressive.
Bitch on his second hook. Yes.
Well, sure, I may have lost my temper a little, but I can't believe he just up and left. He's been gone for
Her
a
husband's
week now,
on his 10th apple.
All right, all right. We'll help you find him.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
And here we go again. Shall we begin by asking around at the tavern like before?
No, first we must equip the samurai suit. Because I decided that I did not like this one, in fact. I wish they made it easier to change. Especially since I like to change between them so often. Like, think of it as an extended menu. Emil just looks dumb with the samurai one, so I don't think I want to put that one on him. Operation complete. Oh, there she goes. Falls over. See what the tavern has to say.
Trades dropped to nothing.
Oh, it's this girl.
Hey there. I'm looking for the guy with the red bag. You seen him around lately?
Really? Is that couple fighting again?
Yeah, the guy took off and hasn't been seen since. I take it this isn't a surprise?
Hardly. Their arguments are legendary. We're actually considering selling tickets as a tourist attraction. Anyway, I think he's from that village with the library. Maybe he went back home. I think his brother is a guard there or something.
Thanks for the tip. I'll see what I can figure out.
Or she could just go straight to the,
You're pretty handsome. Care to buy a lonely woman a drink?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, changed your mind, handsome? Sit down with me. Hell, I'll even buy you a drink.
No thanks, lady.
No thanks, lady. Cough just wouldn't quit today. Hype would have rubbed my back if he was here. Does that help with a cough? I feel like you should go for a cough drop.
Hard to believe a ship of this size managed to run aground. What was that? Hey, is someone there? Okay, I definitely heard someone cough just now. Maybe it's one of those kids from town? But where are they?
Good question, Postman. There she is, the evil.
There you are. What are you
The
doing
evil
here,
spirit.
kid? And who are you anyway? Were you a passenger on this ship, maybe?
Time to back her up. Her boots too big for her goddamn feet.
Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be scared.
You don't need to be scared. Why did you just shoot me out of the tavern?
To think that couple's petty squabbles have become something of an attraction for the locals.
Doesn't surprise me in the least. Seeing people like that puts a little spring in your step, you know?
You
A little
humans
spring in
truly
your
are
step,
a
you know?
maddening bunch.
It's a little
Such
spring in your step.
buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
Which village sells iron ore?
You need...
No, I think it's the tools guy. Or the two brothers junkyard guy. have so much money, I could probably just buy, like, whatever material. As long as he has it. I have to check in.
Hey there. How you feeling? Well, your cough seems better at least. Check it out. I brought you some bread today.
Word.
Oh, easy there. Jeez, you must have been starving. Well, look, no one's gonna take this from you, so just take it easy so you don't choke on it, okay? So, what were you doing on this boat, kid? Actually, scratch that. First things first. I can't just keep calling you kid. You got a name? Well, this is going nowhere fast. Let's see. Louise. Yeah, what about Louise? I mean, it just sort of popped into my head, but what do you think? Guess you're okay with it. Well, it's nice to meet you, Louise.
Louise. He's feeding a serial killer. But he does not know. Because she is a small girl.
We searched the southern plains back when the wife ran off too, right?
I believe we did, yes.
Lots changed since then. So it's kind of nice when we find something that hasn't. The fact that couple is still arguing almost fills me with, I don't know, hope, I guess.
Hope?
If you ask me, that
Fills them with
particular
hope.
couple could benefit from a little change.
Combating despair.
Oh, hey, it's you. What's up?
Oh lord. Hope?
You're related to the ferryman who carries a red bag around, right?
Yeah, he's my little brother. Haven't
Hope
seen
in
him in
every
a while,
game.
though.
The amount of hope that I get from having a couple argue.
A shame. Have you any idea where he may have absconded to?
Not a clue. Like I said, I haven't seen him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, but the last time I did see him, he said something about using his ferry to deliver letters.
I guess we could ask the postman over in...
Just once, I would enjoy receiving a quest that can be solved in the general vicinity of the Asker.
That'd be nice, especially since I know how this ends. I wish I could just go straight to the boat, but alas.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. I'm gonna go to the junkyard guy to see if I can get any of my weapons upgraded. Where can I get giant egg from? That's the question. Giant egg NieR. Apparently you can get them in the village. Interesting. The heck? Body trifling. A goblin? A goblin? I'm back.
What can I help you with?
Okay, you can give me a ore of all kinds.
Come back. What can I help you with?
Come back. Because I can upgrade Usanagi. 18 and Forlorn Necklace. What? I don't even know where to get that. Titanium alloy, stripped bolt, broken arm. Well, it barely changed appearance when I upgraded it. Let's see, 20 iron ore. Copper ore. I'm just gonna buy like 100 iron ore. So it seems every weapon needs that.
What can I help you with? Come. What can I help you with?
He thinks it's funny. You think Cubby's funny, kid? Crystal. Need 4 silver.
Come back. What can I help you with?
Oh, I can't buy. Oh, I can. There it is. So it costs a lot. So I think I'll just buy 8.
Come back. What can I help you with?
Come back. Does a little hop.
What can I help you?
Is there anything else I can buy? Right. He's lost it. It's crazy. Need more silver ore. Forlorn necklace. Where do you get that? Complex machine. Regulates. Okay, I'm just gonna buy like 20 silver ore. Or like 15.
What can I help you with? Come.
Not doing anything else with the gold.
What can
so.
I help you with?
Whoops.
Come. What can I help?
Come back. Vile axe. And I need 3 more. I just buy 3 more.
What can I help you with? Come back. What can I help you with?
Oh, 5 more. I can buy 5 more.
Come. What can I help you with?
Oh, whoops.
Come. What can I help you with?
This is the most enjoyable experience.
Come back.
Getting sick of this dude. I got
What
sick of
can I
this
help
dude when
you
he was
with?
actually saying like important things, like story-related things. Golden Lance. Is there anything else I can purchase at this store? Well, the rest of these need... I can buy crystal, but that's like far away, so I don't really feel like going. Actually, if I buy 12 silver ore... Pyrite from somewhere. If he lost one more time, I'm pulling out my piece. Okay, but he's got a robot hand. So 12 more.
What can I help you with? Come. What can I help you with?
Oops, I didn't do that on purpose.
What can I help?
Like muscle memory at this point. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Come.
Oh, the sword is like a rainbow. Stops. What did you say? I can probably see it over here. Oh, it is like a rainbow sword now. What else looks different? I was screaming. Fang of Twins, active beheading. What was it? 841 damage now? Well, these weapons look really puny. It's the circle. Even at max upgrade, this weapon still is worse than this one. It's kind of funny. A giant axe. Comically large axe. I have a lot in common with that weapon. Which one? The vile axe? The one that's still Garbo fully upgraded. Faith. The thing is, even after upgrading it, I'm pretty sure after upgrading I increased the weight, so now it's even slower. Which is kind of hilarious. Did I get any new words? Oh, I did. Still no drain MP level 2 though. Basil. Basil. Oh, we have a lot better words. XP rate plus 30. I guess I can just do that. It's too slow too. When they said any names resembling real life people, I didn't know how to apply it to me. It's not terrible. Still one-shots these guys, so how bad can it be? But now it's rainbow. Like this fork thing. Burrito fork. Red sword, yeah, red sword. This one's probably the best spear. Dragon Lance, or Phoenix Spear, not Dragon. Dragon Lance is this one. This one just looks kind of funny. This one doesn't even look like a fucking spear anymore. It's like a like flesh rod. Oh, it's got the little dragon, from Drakengard. In the end. The screen is frozen. Oh. The capture card froze again. I think sometimes when I if I leave it plugged in. Hold on. If I leave it plugged in on the bride cert. Yeah, if I leave it plugged in, I feel like that makes it freeze more. Or at least that's what I thought it was. Because I had gone like 2 streams without the capture card freezing. But then, it starts freezing this stream. I did have it plugged in for a while, but I unplugged it. There you guys see the fork, yeah. I guess I should bring back the, hold on. Bring back the counter. What's this pig doing? There. Now you can keep track of it. I can go fast with the one-handed sword. It's been a while since I actually used the one-handed weapon, since the two-handed ones are so strong. Like, the two-handed ones are slower, but they're so strong it doesn't even matter.
I cannot believe how many trips we have made simply to track down a single man.
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
I only pray this is not the calm before some manner of storm. Say there, lad, have you ever penned a missive?
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
'Cause he's stupid. I'm not big on writing.
Hey there, Louise. Say, where'd you get that red bag?
I killed someone for it.
Found it on the ship, did you? You kids are so darn curious about everything. Anywho, it's good to see you. Afraid I don't have any bread today, but I did bring you something. Here, it's a ribbon. Let me tie it in your hair for you. Well, what do you think? Pretty nice, huh? Huh. What's that on the floor? Oh, it's a mirror. Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's go ahead and check out your new look. If you go over there where it's brighter, you'll be able to see yourself more clearly. What's wrong? Don't you want to see? Oh, I see. You don't like sunlight. Guess your eyes are pretty sensitive after spending all this time in the dark, huh? Well, it's not like we can have you stay here forever. We should work on getting you out of here so you and me can go look at the sea together. How's that sound?
Doesn't like the sun. Kinda sus. This dude gullible as fuck. Yeah. I guess he just doesn't, understand. Well, he doesn't know. He probably doesn't know that, like, shades can disguise themselves as humans or whatever.
Where did that enormous ship even come from?
These nuts.
Hey, postman. Oh, sorry. You're not him.
You're not him.
I'm sure as hell not. I just swung by to pick up a letter and wound up running the damn place. Anyway, you here for a package or something?
No. There's this couple who's always fighting, and the husband took off. So I'm trying to track him down. Ring any bells?
Sorry, pal. You're asking the wrong guy. Still, that's pretty weird. My buddy's daughter took off too. Maybe running away is the cool thing to do now.
I find it exceedingly unlikely this pair of runaways is mere coincidence.
Any idea where she might have went?
That is the question, isn't it? Actually, you know what? I bet she went to check out the huge shipwreck that drifted into the inlet the other day. Not often something like that comes around. It's all the kids have been talking about.
Better go check it out.
Hey, Louise. I brought your food for today. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Huh. You haven't been eating much lately. Are you okay? Well then, let's try this.
What's he doing? Is this supposed to be an instrument in his hand?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's called a song. Humming a jaunty tune is the best thing for putting a spring in your step.
He was humming?
Songs are like a little bit of wisdom that makes the tough times easier. I love them personally. I mean, not that I'm any good at singing.
Boo, you suck.
Oh, your voice is a bit rough there, but you're actually pretty good. You know, I knew someone who lived in the town lighthouse before she died. She used to hum this same song a lot. I heard it every time I stopped by to deliver something, and I guess it just kinda stuck. Of course, that was quite a while ago. Hey, are you trying to cheer me up?
She's like a Don't Starve character.
You are a kind soul, Louise.
I'm sensing some really weird magic going on here, Sunshine. You feeling it too?
Yeah. Is it a shade?
Are you actually trying to think something through rather than just jumping in and killing?
What's wrong, Kaine?
Nothing. It's just... I'm sensing a presence from seafront. Something like a shade.
A shade in the town? That's not good.
Guess this is where they wait while I walk around seafront. Kaine back at it. This time we can hear all these shades' thoughts and stuff. Or we hear what she hears.
A shipwreck, is it? I suppose we might as well investigate, seeing as how we lack any other tenable leads.
Right. Let's head for the inlet. Kaine. Emil. What's going on? I haven't seen you two come into Seafront in, well, ever, I guess.
Sorry for the surprise. Kaine said she sensed something strange in the area.
Strange how? Like a shade?
Maybe? Not sure. There's some kind of sound or something coming from up ahead.
What an incredibly specific piece of information the Hussy has graced us with.
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Is it Kaine?
We're gonna need to figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a state of wanton decay. Sure, these planks seem...
We can probably get in if we move.
I'm worried about whatever it is Kaine is sensing.
Yes. Kaine is sensing a squid monster in the form of a young girl. There's blood all over the floor. Does not see that?
So, were you able to write that letter?
I guess not.
You know, now that I've taught you how. Not yet, huh? Well, there's certainly no reason to rush. You know, it makes me happy that you've taken such a shine to me. First time we met, I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on in that head of yours.
Murder.
So, hey, I've been thinking. How about you come live with me? It might be kind of nice to have a daughter around. Not into it, huh? Guess I should have figured. I'm sad to hear it, but it's your choice, of course. Huh? The floor's wet. Wait, is this blood? Oh dear. Are you...
Bro. Yeah, on the right track, but wrong idea.
Oh, baby, that is one hell of a smell. We got something real nasty nearby, eh, Sunshine? Come on, don't tell me you ain't picked up on it yet. You of all people gotta know what this smell means.
This ship is in poor condition indeed. Do try not to thrash about and bring its timbers down around us, Hussy.
Whatever.
You sure you're all right, Kaine?
You really shouldn't push yourself. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you and me search outside and get some nice fresh air in the process?
Sure. Let's do that.
Sounds good. Take care of Kaine for us, Emil.
Emil is on the case. Come on, Kaine. Let's get the lead out.
Get the lead out and move this payload.
This place is pretty gloomy. I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
Well, as we've no other leads, let the search we require. Look there.
A lantern. Nice. There she is.
Wait, did you see that?
I did indeed. Perhaps she is the runaway.
Weird.
Oh, what foolishness.
What foolishness. Hold key.
What is with this ship anyway?
There may be clues somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
I couldn't find any the first time I went through here, so...
It looks really dark up ahead.
Then perhaps we ought to make use of that lantern we just found,
I
What's
found
this? An apple.
an apple.
It's a bit bruised, but it's not super old or anything.
I wager it was dropped by that fruit-loving ferryman with the red bag. Perhaps he absconded to this ship to wait out the storm after yet another spirited debate with his wife. Ah, goodness, what a troublesome couple.
Let's keep moving.
Oh, what was that sound just now?
Sounds like it came from the floor above us.
Hello? It's Luigi's Mansion 5.
This barrel's been knocked over, and there's flour everywhere.
Surely it was toppled by the girl we saw at the entrance? Wait. Cast your eyes to the floor, lad. The missing child left white tracks in her passing.
Man, this book's got some...
It would seem to be records of the routes it traveled until the day...
What the hell happened?
Good question. There's like handprints on the walls too.
The white handprints on the wall lead in the direction of this door.
That's weird. How is it locked if the girl just used it? Unless she's actually...
I demand you cease your interminable chatter about ghosts at once. The simplest explanation is that she locked the door from the other side.
I didn't even say anything yet. In any case, if we want to use the door, we'll have to find a key. Did you see that light on the other side of the shelf?
A shame we cannot investigate further with the...
Hang on. I think I can move these.
Oh, gotta drag it.
It appears to be caught in a crack in the floor.
Hey, there's a notebook.
A record of the... By my pages.
Wait, you're telling...
And made out quite handsomely.
How could they do...
I do...
How could they do such a thing? Slavers!
There's a breeze coming through these shelves.
That white vase is rather conspicuous. A hidden room. How delightful.
These chests are pretty huge.
And what do they
I wish.
Those are no mere tools, lad. They are instruments of torture. I shudder to think what evil transpired in this room.
There don't seem to be any shades around, at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk. The white tracks end here.
Wait, I hear something. Whatever that sound was, it stopped. I swear it sounded like a girl.
This is a voice pipe. A contraption by which one's voice can travel to a faraway location.
Which means the girl is in whatever room this pipe connects to.
Hold a moment. I spy a chart of the ship's layout on the wall. Yes.
Onward and, inward, I guess.
Onward and upward.
This little lantern has brought us quite far, hasn't it?
Yeah. And the light it gives off makes me feel, I don't know, safe somehow.
Where?
Oh, damn.
Perhaps it is wafting from further inside?
Another apple.
Just how many apples does that quibbling husband keep on his person while he's out and about?
Let's keep searching.
Good lunch.
Vice? I think the floor is...
Speak to me, lad. Are you hurt?
Been better, but I'll live. I can't see a thing down here. And what is that terrible stench?
I suspect we may have fallen into the ship's hold.
The lantern got away from me during the fall. We'd better look for it.
Passing the bodies, looking for the lantern. Here it is.
Vice, that's it! We found the lantern.
About time. Might I suggest you cease the celebratory fanfare and light the blasted thing already?
Ooh.
Oh dear. Look at the bodies. They are all people from town. And I fear the missing ferryman.
Oh no. This can't be real. Why? Why did everyone have to... God damn it!
Pull yourself together, lad. Remember the presence Kaine sensed. The culprit who murdered these poor folk likely awaits us further within.
I won't let them get away with this.
That's enough, lad. Avert your eyes.
Avert your eyes. Louise Wilden. Crazy. There she is. If I can just eat more people. Maybe then I can become human. I was wondering why she was killing people.
Hey there, you two.
Hey, I didn't know you guys came back inside.
Did we ever? Found a nice hole in the wall to slide through. But then we heard a bunch of noise coming from that super dark floor downstairs.
Got a
You
point.
sure had us worried.
Yeah, sorry about that.
If I eat more
You
people.
feeling better, Kaine?
When I eat banana, I become banana. You are what you eat. I just heard you are what you eat, and she's like, I see. So this is how it works.
A little, yeah. Sorry for the trouble.
Good. That's good.
Jeez, you seem really down in the dumps. Did something happen?
Tell me, Kaine, that presence you sensed.
It's on the floor above us.
I feared as much. It seems we've little choice but to press onward.
Oh man, that smell is getting ripe. How you feeling there, Sunshine?
Not great. Can't you tell?
How you feeling there, Sunshine?
This would be the final... The culprit who murdered the townspeople may be behind this very...
Blackened is in here.
It's that girl we saw when we first entered the ship.
Old lad. This is a lone child sitting inside a hulking ship littered with corpses. Something is clearly amiss.
There.
Oh man, this shade is nuts. I think I'm in love. You can feel her power hanging in the air, and she ain't even trying yet. Things are finally heating up. Huh?
Could this girl be the presence you sensed, Kaine?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, hey, it's you. Been a while.
Wait, you're the postman. What are you doing here?
Oh, I've been coming here a lot lately. I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to leave. Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but... The girl is, you know, bleeding? I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but, well, how exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month? Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her! She isn't...
He is sus. No, wait. No, but we are all wearing samurai outfits, and you can hear her speak, or at least Kaine can hear her speak.
We'll figure something out. You just find a way to get the hell out of here.
The two of them will be fine, but you and I must withdraw. The ship is collapsing. We must leave at once.
Very much aware of that, thanks. Let's go. Shit! Damn, they're in the way.
Ah.
Looks like we can get out through that hole up there.
He's zoomed out of there.
Glad you two made it out in one piece.
Yeah, we're good. But that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves.
Or not.
What on earth?
She's got big teeth. Round 2.
Why isn't this shade being hurt by the sun?
That is not precisely the case. It most certainly is being burned by the sunlight. However, Its regenerative abilities far outpace whatever damage the light is able to inflict. This light, something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
Oh, listen, it's singing. This thing actually thinks it's a person.
It's like I'm playing the game again, but I turn on the commentary track. Doesn't matter how many people I ate. It kinda does. I was never satisfied.
I don't know where the singing lessons came from, but I do know it's sure as hell trying to eat us.
Aim for the tentacles with faces on them.
Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, is the target still on it?
Don't stop now. Focus on the next one.
I see. This shit is really trying.
You're doing it for him? How sad. How precious.
How sad. That worked.
Now is our chance. Attack with all that you have.
Summon hand.
Did we get it? Oh hell, that thing's huge.
Is that so? Where do you even go in all this? I mean, I know he comes back later, but surprised he didn't die.
To think it could recover from such a grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
Hey, the guy from before's collapsed on the beach.
That's
That
serious.
Shade's got some kind of hard-on for him. We should take him hostage.
Shut your yap. I'm not in the business of using my blades on people.
Is this thing turning its body into spears and shooting them at us?
Bloody spear. Just beam it.
Fine then. I guess we'll all just sit around a campfire and sing songs until we get murdered.
God damn it!
Oh, we have the. Oh, did she regain all of her health back? Yeah, that hurt.
number of spears flying our way is increasing.
Yeah, I can see that. Damn it.
Ow.
My word, if this continues...
Hey, over here! This guy's important to you, isn't he?
This is here and now.
Grab chunks.
Son of a... Is this thing immortal?
How can it withstand such an onslaught?
I'm really scared, guys.
We will be in grave danger if it unleashes that attack. We must stop it.
I don't know. I think it's scripted that I can't even. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I can't even break the last song. That close, but the last one was just, it was like invincible, I think. They had the power of I will become human.
I think we're in trouble.
What the hell are you doing? Stop him already!
My body won't... Damn it! Fuck!
Stop! No! What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself killed! Stop! Don't hurt these people! So you've been lying to me this whole time? You're a monster!
It stopped. Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
We can never be together! You disgust me!
No. Wall of Jericho collapsed. 5,000 people believed dead. Requests for reinforcements streaming in from multiple locations.
Thanks. You really saved our bacon.
You've all done so much for me. Offering a little refuge is the least I can do. I don't have the words to express how sorry I am. We all knew townspeople were out there being eaten by a shade, but I never imagined I was taking care of it this entire time.
The fault lies with that foul creature alone, Postman. Not yourself.
I hope I can believe that someday.
All right, well, we'd better get going. There's someone else we need to break this news to.
Fair enough. I hope to see you out there on the old letter trail again soon.
The old letter trail. Oh, there she is.
Hey, did you find my husband?
Yeah. The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on, say something already.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but it was already too late.
No, it can't be true. That big idiot. Always carrying his bag around, thinking about me all the time. Oh God, this can't be happening.
It saddens this old tome to think we'll never hear those two at each other's throats again.
If only I'd gotten to him sooner. Damn it.
Do not let it burden you so, lad. You did the best you were able.
Do not let it burden you so, lad. Well, damn. And that's not too different from what we already knew when we were playing without the insider's knowledge. Well, I think that's a probably good place to end it. I don't want the capture card to overheat. I'm assuming that's what causes it. Is it like overheats? But alright, well, thanks to everyone who showed up and watched NieR Replicant. Hopefully, if I remember to unplug the capture card. I'm pretty sure, I want to say that's what it caused it, but at the same time, I had been unplugged for a while, so I honestly have no idea. Maybe it's kind of random. Or maybe it's when I have that little thing up that says how many times it has frozen, it just doesn't freeze. I don't know. I'm gonna try to leave it unplugged as long as possible to kind of test it, and so that it doesn't freeze anymore. But I guess I gotta see. But yeah, thanks for coming. Other stream is, I guess later tonight with Dead by Daylight stuff. Maybe Genshin later. Yeah, okay. Alright. Thanks for coming. Ciao.